me hard and it cuts me deep. I'm 1,000 miles from happiness, 1,000 miles from you. It's a far reach from you to me. I feel the time and the space between. It's 1,000 miles of loneliness, 1,000 miles from you. Every mile on my map leads to you. It leads to you. Every mile on my path leads to you. It leads to you. I'm not around, but I'm not gone. I miss the bed you're sleeping on. I'm 1,000 miles from coziness, 1,000 miles from you. Every mile on my map leads to you. It leads to you. Every mile on my path leads to you. It leads to you. Heard it said when the road is long, all the miles make the heart grow fond. There's 1,000 miles of fondness, 1,000 miles to you.
Gracie, come on. Gracie, come on. Doing good. Well, here we are at our cabin. We just bought this. It's not as bad as I thought. It's actually worse than I thought. But tonight, that was the first time that I've been inside it. I only looked at this one time from the outside, and then I ended up buying it. And I really didn't buy it for the structure itself. I just wanted this location, and it was something I could afford. So I'm pretty excited. I'm a little overwhelmed. It's a huge project with what I want to do to this so that I can use this as an awesome, comfortable, cozy camp to have all sorts of adventures from. And I was planning on taking my time, chipping away at it, filming the progress as I went along, and pacing myself, and that was all fine, well, and good. But then I found out this morning that the place where I'm renting the apartment, which is in a part of a house that is on the market, has some serious buyers that potentially could be purchasing the house, meaning I will have to move out of there by September 25th. So that really would change my plans a lot, and that's okay. That would just increase my timeline. And thinking about that, it got me a little overwhelmed, but I also know that I've already had a lot of people offer to help me with this, and we can have just a few work parties and get a huge portion of this done, and that will help me a lot. And I think that'll be a lot of fun too. So when I realized that, I wasn't worried about it anymore. But I'm going to do a separate video tomorrow where there's better lighting, and I'll walk you around and kind of show you what I intend to do with this place. I'm not going to alter the footprint or anything. I'm going to work with this existing structure and totally renovate it. And the reason for that is I don't own this land. It is leased land, and so I'd never be able to really do exactly what I want anyway. So working with this, and it actually has good bones. It's not that bad. It smells musty and moldy and all of that, but I've seen way worse. The other cabins I worked on in the past were actually a lot worse than this. There's like zero sign of any rodents in there. The windows have screens, they open. I mean, all in all, it's not bad. Obviously, the blue vinyl siding, this is about as ugly of a cabin I've ever seen in the woods. It doesn't look like it belongs here, but by the time I'm done with it, it really will be a nice, cozy camp that so many people will enjoy. It'll be a lot of fun, and it'll look like it belongs here. I just love the location. It's beautiful. There's a lot I can do around here and explore. It's right on a river. There's places to fish, everything. So, and like I said, I could afford it, and we've been looking for since 2018 now. So what I really wanted was raw land that I could purchase and own and then build from scratch the way that I want to. And just the way it worked out, that this was the opportunity that God had planned for me, and we jumped on it, and it might just be a stepping stone to get us to the next thing. I really don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. It's exciting. I'm going to learn a lot. I'm going to try to film every part of the process, document it, not only for myself, but for the channel, and create a series of videos about this project. I think it'll be quite the transformation, and it's just going to be a lot of fun to have friends out here enjoying it with me. So I was really looking forward to getting out here and cutting the lock, getting the camp opened up, and seeing what I'm dealing with, so I can start to come up with a plan. But I have to leave in the morning, so we really won't get anything done on this trip besides dropping off some of my tools. But we're sleeping outside in the hammock with the Cave Creek hammock bug shelter made by my friend Rick in Arizona. It's been an awesome company, and he custom built this, and we've put so many miles on this. It works awesome, gives us the bug free zone. Gracie's right underneath me, under my hammock, and I don't want to sleep in the cabin right now anyway because of the musty and moldy smell. I open the windows to air it out, but I prefer my hammock anyway, especially it's a really nice night. So leave me comments and let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more videos. Good night, everyone. You want me to set up your bug-free zone? Okay. Amen. Amen, Gracie. Well, we made it back to the cabin. It's not even 8 o'clock and we're ready for bed. I'm exhausted. Got a little bit of work done, trimming up the yard, mowing down all the grass around the cabin, which was good. That was sort of just my goal today. And it just wears me out. I'm really tired. My energy's low because since I've gotten sick, I've lost a lot of weight and strength. And after my last trip here, the reason I had to leave the following morning and I could only stay the one night is because I had an appointment to get scanned again for my intestinal situation and see how that's going. And after I got scanned, I got a call the next day that told me to go get emergency surgery immediately, and which obviously caused a lot of anxiety for me, but I did not do that. I insisted that I would have a consultation about this situation first, and I was able to get in the day after that to have a consultation with a surgeon, and that surgeon told me I do not need surgery, and I was very thankful to hear that because it is the last thing I want to do. I'm still having some issues, but I think that with dietary disciplines, I'll call it, I can I can manage it and not have to have a extremely invasive, aggressive surgery. That's where I'm at with that, and that's what I want to do. Today, I felt pretty good today. Just tired, but I was able to get out here and get this work done and be here, and so that's good. And it's a pretty nice evening. It's starting to rain very lightly right now, but it's just really awesome being out here. Really enjoying it. So is Gracie. She's a little bored when I have to work, and she just kind of wants to play or go on an adventure, which is fine. I'll be sure to do that and not just work all the time. Point of being out here is to have fun. So she's also just a good communicator. She lets me know when she's thirsty, needs some water, or she's sick of the bugs and wants to come in the bug-free zone. We've been doing this for a while, so pretty in tune with each other. Tomorrow, I think Cooper is coming to meet up with me. Maybe Kaylee's coming with him, I'm not sure. And we're just going to try to get some work done. I think on the road, assess the bridge. We might be able to go get some materials for the bridge from his grandfather's sawmill, so that would be cool. Or we might just goof off and go have fun. I don't know. Either way, doesn't really matter to me. I'm here for a few days, so I'm sure I'll get a lot done no matter what. And that's what we got going on. So we'll see you in the morning. What do you think, Gracie? Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Well, the porch is good and rotten. Sort of expected that though. Going to try to rip off all of that mill fabric skirting around the cabin. That might help get some air going in there. The more air, the better. And I've got a pile where I'm just starting to pile up all the junk and garbage materials that need to be removed. Eventually I'll get a trailer in here and haul all of that stuff out. But I'm going to, once I get that ripped off, I'm going to head up the road, try to get where I can make a call, see where Cooper's at, so I can meet up with him and we can figure out the bridge and stuff today. Not sure where he's at. Well, it's starting to rain a little bit and I'm really wondering where Cooper's at, so I'm gonna pack some things up, get him covered up from the rain, and go figure out what Cooper's doing. Well, I'm about to head out to meet up with Cooper, but I kind of got things organized here. I was preparing for rain, and then the sun came out, and it's kind of nice. But this is what I have. This is the way I have camp set up right now, and it's nice to be getting organized and kind of figuring out my systems while I work on this project. But this is what I have for outdoor kitchen, makeshift table out of this old metal cage, and that's working out nicely. I'll probably string up a tarp later on. I threw up the hammock shelter over here. This is just thrown up quickly. I gotta get it tuned up later for me and Gracie. I moved it because it was too close to the fire, and the concrete fireplace didn't survive. I knew it wouldn't. It was all cracked and falling apart anyway. So I was going to take it apart anyway, but it fell over, which is fine because it's easier to burn up this brush and rotten wood and things like that. And found this chair in the old outhouse slash shed. It's actually quite nice. I don't know the history of this cabin at all, but there's some interesting things. Just what's interesting is the way it was constructed and wired with that generator and the propane wall mounted heater and everything. Just things like this stone patio. This was a lot of work. I like it. It's a great fire pit area. But I found some MRE trash, and that and just the character of this building and other things that I found makes me think that this guy, whoever was the owner before me, who I never met, was probably a military background. It'd be funny to find out. I think he's from Pennsylvania. There's been some indications of Pennsylvania, like the outhouse was made in Pennsylvania. There were some newspapers from Pennsylvania and some other things. So I don't know, it's pretty interesting. Obviously, I'm starting to rip off that mill fabric, and there's some rot on the porch here, which is fine. I'm going to replace that anyway. You can see the foundation is just this simple cinder block set on top of the ground, which worked fine for however long the cabin has lasted at this point. But I'm going to replace all of these cinder blocks with concrete footings and vertical posts with adjustable bases, and that will give me the ability to manipulate this to keep it level in the future. I'm also thinking, this is the south side, and I'd really like to have like a farmer style screened in porch here with maybe a sliding glass door entering the cabin. That would be an awesome space facing kind of the fire pit area, and you'd still be able to see down to the river. And obviously I got to get permitting and stuff to do that, just to plan for it. It wouldn't be this year, but I want to make sure that I can get that pitch in that porch roof and still be able to install skylights. Got to figure out some math and see if I can make that work. I don't want the roof to get too flat and then worry about snow load, but it is going to be a metal roof. So Shane's coming later on, and he's going to help me figure out some of this stuff. I am ripping this back bathroom off. I'm not a fan. I don't like it. The septic, I don't even want to explain it, but it's a problem, and I want windows on this backside facing the river, because I think in the fall, when the foliage comes down, there's going to be a nice view of the river, and I just want that eastern daylight coming in. So that's the only window really on this backside of the cabin. It's super dark, so I'm gonna have at least 2 more windows here. And I am going to replace all of the windows all around the cabin. But we're getting there. Got the yard trimmed up, been raking. It's just a slow process. Like I said, I don't have a lot of energy. I'm already worn out. I don't know what time it is. I haven't really done much today, but I'm very, very slow. And that's okay, because I'm not in a hurry, and I am just going to take my time and not rush anything. So I everything that I'm doing here, it's like instant gratification, because everything is a dramatic improvement. Just ripping the mill fabric off, I mean, that wasn't really any much work, but it already looks like an amazing transformation, you know, and just raking and things like that. So it's awesome. I'm obviously, there's more challenges than I maybe realized initially with, you know, finding rotten things, but it's not a big deal. This is all stuff I wanted to do, and so it's just really awesome being out here, and I can't wait to just share this with some people, get some friends out here, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Hey man, what's up?
Coop, what's going on?
Hey. Oh, not much. How are you?
I was wondering where you're at, and I just got your text. I had to head out and head back out the road to get service, and because I was wondering where you were, and then I got your text. You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm just feeling like garbage today. I don't think it's best if I go and like do stuff. Might as well get ahead of it and try to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's no problem. Do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself, and when you feel better, come on out. So this tall, stocky stuff, hollow inside, is called Japanese knotweed, and it's invasive species, and it spreads rapidly. So I'm trying to just leave it where it is and not help it do that. So I'm just going to drive over the top of this, keep going. Now I have some more chainsaw work. The brush cutter head, it's working pretty well. Getting tired, but I'm just gonna keep going. Well, I'm done for the day. I'm smoked. I think it's about 4:30. I have a bacon burger here, no cheese. I'm cutting out dairy, and that seems to help. But it's amazing how much you can get done in a day if you just don't stop moving. I got a lot of work done on the road, from the beginning to the bridge. That's pretty much all trimmed out, and got a lot of the yard raked. Still have more to do. Got some of the skirting pulled off. Got some of the inside stuff in there that was causing a lot of the musty smell. Got that all pulled out. It's in a big pile, and I will be hauling all of that out at some point when I can get a trailer in here and everything. But it's making a huge difference. It's really helping air out in there. The linoleum that was on the floor is not insulated. The rest of it's insulated, I believe it is. The floor is not insulated, and with that propane wall heater and then the linoleum on top of the subfloor, that causes a lot of condensation, the cold and the hot, and then the moisture from the heater. So I think, but underneath that linoleum layer is where a lot of the, I guess, mold was coming from. So now it's airing out, and that's really good. I'm just gonna keep working at it, but right now we're just done for the day. Gonna eat my burger, gonna relax, probably fly the drone, maybe go out and look for moose or something. Just take it easy. I'm just kind of sticking to my plan of pacing myself, taking my time and not overdoing it, and so far I feel okay, which I guess we're heading in the right direction with that. And I already fed Gracie. I gave her some burger, carrots, all kinds of stuff. She's good. I promise. You don't need to make stupid comments. So we just jumped in the river, which was really refreshing. Now we're gonna go look for moose. But I'm making some green tea. This is from mainly coffee. They make awesome tea as well. This is Maofeng, and these are the bags. Which are really convenient. Just like that. Steep it for 3 to 4 minutes. Then I'm going to add some honey, wildflower honey, and it's going to be an awesome drink while we drive around and then fly the drone looking for moose. So the whole building is leaning hard this way, and it's pretty precarious looking. So I'm going to at least put some temporary blocking in with the cinder blocks and stuff, just to help so that it doesn't fall over. If it falls over, that's going to be a problem. Right now, I can work with it, but we're just going to try to stop it from getting any worse. It is leaning hard though. making some lunch right now. I got some peppers, onions, and chicken sausage. I have really low energy. I've got quite a bit done today, cleaning out the inside of the cabin, which is awesome. And I got to move this whole camp setup over there. It's too close to the fire for one, it's too close to the cabin for another, and it's just going to work out better over there because I'm going to set up my hot tent, shelter, and the wood stove and the cot for later on. It was getting chilly last night, and so I just need to prepare for that, and I want to get that all set up over there so the next time when I come in I can just roll in and everything's ready to go. And I got to get that done because I got to leave this afternoon. I got some appointments and stuff going on tomorrow back at home, so I got to keep moving. Well, that's going to be it for this trip. I'm really exhausted, and I have to go bring the truck into the shop, and it needs a bunch of work. It's got way over 200,000 miles now, and it's had a pretty rough life, so bring it to my buddy's shop, and hopefully he can get everything taken care of so I can get a few more miles out of it. But I got some A-Ball blend tea from Mainly Coffee for the drive, made with chaga water from the chaga I got off that birch over there. It's really good with some honey. And yeah, got a lot done. Let me show you what I did. I was able to get some work done on the road, brushing out the sides. There's still a lot more to do. Got a lot of this area cleaned up. Have some of that brush to burn still. Got to take care of the old fireplace. I got to get a wheelbarrow to do that. Been burning the old rotten wood, things like that. I took down what I had for camp set up, and I started getting it set up over here. I got the hot tent set up, the cot in there, and the wood stove. And when I come back, I'll get kitchen set up here with a tarp overhead. And this is the hammock shelter setup, and I just threw it in here for now because I'm gonna set that up when I get back, probably over here. I have a brand new bug shelter to set that up with from Cave Creek Hammock, so I want to show you that, and I'll do that next time. I've just been consolidating everything that I gotta haul out of here. This is like all junk and garbage. It's gonna be a lot of effort to get it out of here. It's also I'm gonna have to pay to have it disposed of. There's some scrap metal stuff. The blue barrels could be useful. I don't really have a plan. I really don't even know what was in them. I'd rather start with clean barrels if I go that route. Been working on getting the cabin cleaned up all around the outside. Now all that mill fabric skirting is removed. It's getting a lot of airflow into there. I was able to see what the foundation looks like and how bad it's leaning and what I need to do to address that. Probably on the next trip I'll be able to, well, the bridge is going to be priority, and after the bridge, the foundation. I got a lot of work to do back here, raking all of this up and everything. Kind of stopped right here. I was just really exhausted and running out of time. This is where the foundation's the worst, so I'm not sure how much these supports will help if it does lean hard, but it makes me feel better anyway. And I've just been trying to get it emptied out in here. Just my tools right here. This is my stuff, and I've pretty much been removing everything else. This table here, this is just stuff that I thought may be useful, and I decided not to throw out yet, but we'll see if I can find a home for it or not. and I've been emptying this out. Of course, that whole back section's gonna go. So yeah, really successful trip, really exhausted, just really tired and no energy, but all in all, progress is progress, and I did get a lot done, and I'm just gonna keep chipping away at it one thing at a time, and try to enjoy myself while I'm out here. See you next time. Alright, here's the plan. So I want to get camp set up over here in front of the hot tent, and I want to string up a tarp for the table and the kitchen and stuff. But before I do that, I need to tear down the old outhouse because I don't want camp and all the kitchen and everything to be in the way of removing that. So that's something I can do. Get that out of the way, get the camp kitchen set up, get my hammock set up, and then I'll be good to go and I won't have to worry about that. And then I got some free lumber here from Shane, and what this is going to allow me to do is to put some temporary deck treads on the bridge so I can get in and out of there and not have to worry about it too much like I do now. And then I can push off the bridge project till later because Shane's gonna mill me the lumber for that anyway, and then I can focus on the foundation, which is probably the most pressing issue. And I'm going to have to haul everything out that's underneath that and figure out my plan for that. I'll have to go get supplies, but if I can at least get that all prepped, staged, get some extra cribbing in there so I don't have to worry about it going over, and then I can start tackling that project. Well, I got the old outhouse all torn down, been burning up the old rotten wood. I saved some 2x4s that were in decent shape, can be used, and it might be all I get done today as I'm not feeling too great. I'm trying to take a break and eat some lunch now. I just have a turkey sandwich with some of these pea snack things, which is probably not good for you. I think they're mostly canola oil, which I know is bad for you, but they taste good. These are really good. Kombucha, blueberry, social. I'm a kombucha guy, I guess. I got that mostly cleaned up, burning the last of the lumber and materials from that outhouse. Now I can get camp set up, and then I'm pretty much gonna call it a day because I need to rest till I'm feeling better. Open. Well, here we have a ribeye steak with some of spiced maple seasoning. It's one of my favorites. And sauteed onions with yellow chanterelles that we found pretty close to the cabin, and sauteed with butter and garlic, and they're really awesome. I can't believe it cooked down so much. I could have harvested a lot more, but this is a good amount, and this is an awesome meal. It's one of my favorites. I only got, I don't know, half of what I wanted to get done today done, but it's alright. I had to rest a long time. Now I'm just going to eat and then head out so I can make some phone calls and make some plans, and then come back and enjoy the evening. Oh yeah. I already fed Gracie, and I'll give her some steak, of course.
Good morning.
When I see change is blowing in a far cry home again. When the road winds around the bend, I'm never too far, never too far. When you lost faith, when you feel the dark, you wanna catch fire, I'll be a spark.
helped me with the bridge this morning, and on his way out he took out a load of that junk that was here, which motivated me to take out a load. And we got back from that a little while ago, jumped in the river, made dinner. Now we're pretty much ready for bed. But check this out. The mattresses, the chairs, a bunch of other stuff is all gone. Really glad to get rid of that. It was stressing me out. And tomorrow I might see what I can load myself and make a scrap metal run. I just want this to disappear. I'll feel a lot better about it. So the plan for tomorrow is to start assessing the cabin foundation. I'm going to start by cleaning out everything that's underneath the cabin. I know there's some lumber, there's some roofing material, and there's a lot of vinyl siding. So I'll pull all that out, put that in a pile, and then I can address what's going on, or start to address it. After that, I'm going to do some work on the road because I dropped a bunch of limbs and I need to clean them out of the way. They keep catching on the truck when I drive through. And then Wednesday, Dewey's coming up. He has some solar panels that we're going to set up, and we're going to take a look at the diesel generator and the lawnmower, and he's very good with that stuff. So I'm going to get his thoughts on those things and everything else and go from there. I got the hammock set back up over here where I can hear the river. It's really nice. And this is still the old bug shelter. I haven't even opened the new one yet, but I'm going to do that tomorrow because I told Rick I would do that. I want to show you all the improvements that he's made with the new one. So this for now, and then I'll take the time and set up the new one tomorrow. Well, this is what we've accomplished today so far. I've got a whole load of metal scrap loaded up in the truck. I've cleaned out pretty much everything that was underneath the cabin and put in some blocking. None of it's tight right now as I don't have a jack with me yet, but I was able to get it cleared out and see what I'm dealing with. I removed the rest of the mill fabric. I still have brushing out and raking to do over here. I've got all this old rotten wood to deal with. There's maybe some old stovepipe under there to haul out. Just some general cleanup stuff. This is all looking good, trimmed up. Over here, this is mostly everything that I pulled out from underneath the cabin. Some pressure treated lumber, some plastic culvert pipe, the vinyl siding, and I did a little bit of work on the road, just cutting some brush and getting that cleared out. But I gotta take a break. I'm gonna set up the bug shelter, the new Cave Creek hammock bug shelter, and just rest and take a break, and then maybe I can get some more work done this evening. This is our new Pet Palace bug shelter from Cave Creek Hammock. We've been using our old Pet Palace for several years. I had it custom made with the zippers in the places that I wanted them, and one time on one of the trips I left Gracie in the Pet Palace because I was flying the drone near a waterfall, and she didn't like that, and she blew through it and ripped a bunch of holes in it. And I had sent it back to Rick at Cave Creek Hammock, and he did a great job patching it up, but he recently reached out to me and said he had a new one for us made out of a more durable ripstop fabric. So he sent it to us, and we're gonna get it set up here and see how we like it. So here's our old one. You can see I had holes I taped and patched. Oh, this is all from Gracie abusing it, and there's some big patch jobs that Rick did when I sent it back to him. But you can tell there's a definite difference between the old and new fabric. And the new fabric, I really like the way it feels. It's smoother, and it definitely feels more durable, and that was the idea with it. It's more ripstop. And the bathtub floor, I have it all staked out with my hammock set up inside, and I normally don't do that. I usually just am lazy and leave it attached to the hammock and just throw up my hammock and let the shelter lay how it is. But I staked it out, which makes it nice because it pulls up the bathtub floor, and this is the waterproof area, and I have where Gracie can sleep underneath me. And I ordered a nice comfortable bed for Gracie. I don't have it yet, so I just have an air pad and some blankets and an old sleeping bag in there for her. But it has this side door where I can come out this way when I don't have my tarp over the top of it, but then it also has this end door to come in when I do have the tarp, and I can access it easier. And this is actually a better door system than I had on the old one, so I'm really impressed. And of course I come in, what do you think, Gracie? This is awesome. I really appreciate this. Thanks for sending this to us, Rick. And this is just awesome. Gives Gracie that bug-free zone, which is really important out here. The mosquitoes have been very bad, and just gives her a place to hang out, rest, and sleep while I'm working, and then gives me the bug-free space to sleep in at night. So really appreciate it. Really awesome. And I'll link Cave Creek Hammock in the video description, so check them out if you're interested. Wow, this tea is so awesome. This is the Autumn Harvest from Mainly Coffee with some royal bees, wildflower honey, and I used the chaga water. I've been simmering chaga mushroom and using that water to make my coffee and tea, and this is just really awesome. And for dinner I have a BLT, has some onion as well, and sweet potato fries that I fried up in the bacon fat with some spiced maple seasoning It's awesome. Are you playing? What are you doing? Come on, get your ball. It's behind you. It's behind you. Get your ball. Oh, you got it. You got it. Good night, Gracie. Let's get some chow. Let's get some chow. There's your breakfast. Well, we're back at the cabin. It's a really nice morning. Last night I got the fire pit area cleaned up, and that's looking really good. And this is just kind of a temporary solution. It's not the permanent fire pit setup. I'm not sure what I'm going to do or how I'm going to set that up, but let me know what your ideas are for that in the comments. And the plan for today is I got the materials that I need to set the foundation. So I'm going to start on that and try to at least get one side of the cabin done and see where I'm at. But the first thing I need to do today is clean up some trash that I found in the woods looking for firewood this morning. Well, I got it up a couple inches, but this base failed. It was a pretty rotten one, and this one is too. So I got to get a better base, and I still need to come up higher. I want to come up quite a bit, actually, so that in the future I can use my jacks without having to dig down at all. So it's going to come up, I'd say, at least another 6 inches, if not more. That noise is just this post separating as the cabin's coming up. You hear a noise like that when you're doing something like this, and it makes you nervous a little, but this is not structurally supporting anything, so it's not a problem. So I just realized that I got the one jack right there, and that's where I've been lifting, and it's actually lifting the center girder and this post on the bathroom portion. So I gotta do some more bracing, get everything to come up together. So working on jacking it up, and it was getting weird the way the building was moving, and I noticed it was not attached to the center girder at all. This is loose. I can move it, which is strange. And upon further investigation, you can see this is an old rotten girder that was a log. So, and then I can tell getting underneath it now that this was an old cabin, and the vinyl siding and other stuff were renovations that were made to it after the original structure. So the original structure must have been built on these log runners, and those rotted. At some point it was jacked up. These 6x6s, I don't know what they are. Actually, it might be pine, but they were sent under, and that's what the cabin was set on. So it's not what I expected. It's pretty wonky. I had to get rid of this porch so I could really see what I'm dealing with from the front. It's fine though. We'll figure it out. Well, I just finished lunch, take a little break, and this is kind of what I'm thinking. For one, it's a little more involved than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a little simpler when it came to setting the new foundation, but that's all right. All in all, it looks pretty good under there. And sitting here looking at this and thinking about it, this is an improvement. It already looks better. I've removed the old rotten porch. I've been jacking it, and it's more level than it was before. And I think there was just such a bow in that beam over here from it, that back corner being sunken in, which is why it was coming up weird and it was losing contact where it shouldn't have and things. But it's getting there, and I think what I'm going to do now is clean up this job site, cut all this wood up, burn it. I'll feel a lot better about it once it's just a clean job site, and then I can take it easy and just slowly work at this foundation, just step by step. Well, I am absolutely worn out. It was a good day though. After I messed around with the foundation and got the cabin, started to get it jacked up and all of that, I wanted to get that back corner post set, and I had to go get some gravel to put down underneath where the pad's going to go, and I had to clean up the road so just so that it was passable, because as I've been trimming limbs and dropping them in the road, they become a hazard for catching under the truck. So I had to clean up the road, went to get gravel, and came back, and I was just exhausted. So I made dinner. I went swimming, made dinner, and I've just been laying in the hammock since. And that's fine. We got a good place to start tomorrow. I know what to do. It's been sort of a battle, but once I get that first post set, then I'll be able to roll with it from there. I do need to go get a few things that I don't have. I'm going to need some additional 6x6s that I didn't realize, because the 3 main carrying beams are not attached to the cabin. The cabin's not attached to them at all. And so and they're not connected to each other, obviously. So I need to connect them to complete the perimeter, which will allow me to put in knee bracing, angled knee bracing. It'll make sense when you see it, but I need to get those. I need to get some saw blades and a few other things. And those carrying beams are kind of flexible, actually. So I need to straighten them out. I need to string them and straighten them out before I lock them in place. And that's going to be a challenge. I'm not sure. They're either pine or hemlock, and they're sort of flexible. So I'll get it. I'm just, one step at a time. And it's once we turn the corner on this foundation part, then it's really going to be, we're going to gain momentum. So that's the plan. I'm going to tackle that in the morning, and then I might go get some supplies and figure out whatever else the day has in store. Alright, so this is what we're dealing with in this corner. This outer rim joist is rotten right there. So it sits lower on this beam. So that's an issue, and I need to lift this part and sandwich in a piece. And there's a bunch of nails and stuff to cut out of the way. And then the other issue is this beam is not flush with the exterior wall framing, and I want it to be. There's a bunch of nails going through the siding that are sticking out. I'll either have to cut them off, or I think pull off this lower part of siding and pull all those. It's that bottom starter strip piece. So it's never simple when you get into these sorts of things, and I expected that. I'm used to it. I've dealt with all of these same challenges at 9 Mile, so it's just I'm really sore from rolling around and everything, getting this thing jacked up yesterday. So moving pretty slow, but progress is progress, so I'm just gonna keep going. I was charging some batteries so that I can cut the nails off underneath that back corner, so I can scab in to joists where they're rotten and they're sitting lower on the carrying beam back there. So I did some cleanup, and which is helping a lot. It looks really good, and I've been through this process before. I've seen this same result at the other cabins, Flossbogen and 9 Mile. It's just the underneath the cabin becomes a collection point for trash and glass and cans and all kinds of stuff, and I don't know why people do that. They think maybe they won't have to go under there and deal with it, but I do, and I don't enjoy it. But I'm getting it all cleaned up, and which is nice. I'm gonna have it smoothed out, probably lay down some gravel, definitely under each footer. I'll try to spread it all around under there, because I know I'm gonna have to get under there. I'm gonna have to get under there to manipulate the cabin, keep it level every once in a while. Hopefully not every year, but maybe every other or something. Just the nature of the way the foundation sits on top of the ground. It's not a big deal, so I'm just planning for that. So if I have it nice under there, I can get under there, I can work, I can insulate, I can do wiring, plumbing, whatever I need to do, and not be crawling around in this nasty situation. And I'm going to spread down Shane gave me this idea, a moisture barrier. It's like a really thick tarp. I think it's a poly type of material with maybe some fiberglass reinforcement. I'm not sure exactly, but you lay it down, and that's will help the moisture from coming from the ground and, you know, saturating underneath the cabin, and that'll just help with the longevity of it. So I'll show you. I'm just using the stone rake, getting rid of all this stones and organic material, and I've been taking out the big stones. I'll put them somewhere they could be useful, and then I'm just going to shovel up all this stuff, and getting it cleaned up is really helpful. Every spot that I'm pulling out an old concrete footer, I'm filling in with some stone, and then I'm going to backfill that with gravel and stuff. So that should just help even out those low spots. And, you know, there's stuff like this under there. That's petrified porcupine dung. So it's all over under there, and it's not fun to go under there crawling around in that stuff. I don't appreciate it. So I'm just getting it cleaned up. This is the corner I'm going to start with. Try to get the first post set, and I've kind of already got the gravel base, and I'm liking how that looks. Obviously I'll get more and spread it out evenly and level out the foam pad and then the footer disc. These discs replace the concrete discs, and they cost like $4 more per footer, which is not a big deal, and they're way lighter. The concrete equivalent is 125 pounds. This is like, I think it's like 1.25 pounds or something like that. And then the foam, the idea with that is it's supposed to help with the frost. I don't know if it will really do much, but it was very cheap and it can't hurt, right? So we're getting there. This is the spot. If you can see, this joist, basically you can picture behind this sheathing, is rotten here. So it's about I'd say 2 inches lower where it sits on the carrying beam than the rest of the joists. And the same for this one too. That one's about 1 inch lower. So I'm just trying to jack up this corner with this joist and this joist and scab in these new 2x6s. They're only rotting a little bit here, so scabbing them in and that'll work. And I've got it set up where it's doing that. The problem was, it kind of made me nervous. When I jacked this up the last time, right now it's sitting on the cribbing, the whole, it wasn't just the corner that lifted, the whole cabin lifted, which was impressive, obviously. And then none of the joists were touching the beam, so I don't want that. I just want these two. But if you can see, there's nails and stuff that I need to cut off so I have a smooth surface for that new 2x6 to scab onto. So that's what we got going on. Analyzing this, I know I'm gonna have to remove the floor, which is totally fine because I think the majority of that musty smell is coming from the floor, and it will be actually really simple to remove that, and then I'll be able to address a few things and slam down brand new Advantech, which I'm really excited about that. So it's just, this is the uphill battle, is getting this foundation set, fighting all of these little battles in that overall scheme. But once I get that first corner set and that first corner post set, and then I can just work it from there while the foundation set, and then on to the next thing. So just keep going. No, no. Get my glasses. Wow. Yeah, you can see this is the problem right here. So this has to come up and put in this new piece. Just getting these out of the way is the issue. I'm trying not to set the cabin on fire. This isn't the right tool. I should really have a grinder, cordless grinder. There, Grace. Here's the inspector. What do you think? Not safe? You're not impressed? I know. Well, I already killed this blade. Like I said, this is not the right tool for the job. Alright. I got it with just the hammer. I just need to come up more. But this one is good to go, so I'll send this one home. Some GRKs. That is a big spider. There's a lot of spiders. I'm not a big fan of the spiders. Whoa! Where'd he go? All right, buddy, come on. Yeah, go, go, go. Oh, yeah. That's looking good. That's looking real good. Nice. 1, 2. That was a big deal. Oh, yeah, Gracie. We got it. What do you think? That was a big deal. Huh? That was a good job, Grace. Well, I've gotten a lot done. Really getting it cleaned up. And jacked up on cribbing. It's not level or anything yet, but it's come up quite a bit. And I have some work to do to set the footings, of course. Before I do that, I have to string and straighten the beams, get them right where I need them to be, right underneath the exterior walls, so they're bearing all that load. And I just got a huge load of scrap metal, the stove and the fridge. That was a huge pain. That was really hard to load by myself, but I'm glad I got it. I'm gonna go dump that, take it easy when I get back for the rest of the day. But major milestone accomplished. I got that back corner jacked up and scabbed in those new floor joists where there was a little bit of rot, brought that back up to elevation. Things are just looking good, and I think we're kind of moving on to the next phase of this foundation project, so I'm pretty pumped about that. How's the AC there, Gracie girl? It's good. That's not good. Well, welcome back to the cabin. It's going to be a really busy week. I'm trying to get a lot done. I'm going to be picking up the materials for the bridge project. I'm going to continue to try to tackle the foundation work. And at the end of the week, Manly Coffee is coming to meet up with me out here so I could show them the cabin. When I got here last night, I ripped off the gable end of the cabin, got that all opened up because there was a lot of trash up there, and I wanted to get that all removed for the next trash run. And I was able to rip off the first row of siding around so I could see what was going on with the foundation and the floor joist system. And I don't like what I'm seeing, but I have a plan to fix that as I work the foundation. And I readjusted camp here, so I pulled out the diesel generator because Dewey will be picking that up this week, and I wanted to get that out of the way, and I had to move camp to do that. And I just took advantage of this break in the weather yesterday that it wasn't raining to move camp and got it shifted over. And so what that allowed me to do is pull in and park the truck here, which is leaving me this area. This is the area that gets the most direct sunlight for the longest period of time throughout the day. And that's where I'm going to set up the solar array so I can charge my power stations that I've been using to charge all of my batteries for my cordless tools, cameras, and run the lights and everything else while I'm out here. So I got camp all shifted around and set back up, and it's nice. We slept in the hot tent last night. It's not too cold, but it's getting to that point where it will be. So now we're set up there. And I think what I'm going to do now is get everything organized. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get everything organized and see what the weather's doing and just keep going. Well, I got this taken care of, and now it's starting to rain, which is what I expected, but it's no big deal. So, because I have a plan for that, and what I want to do is remove this shelf, I guess we'll call it, take down the barrels, all the stuff that's up there, and I think I can get some material from this that I can make a little workbench slash table that will help me get all my tools and everything organized in here and up off the floor, and that'll make a nicer workspace. So that's what I'm going to do. Well, that didn't go as planned. The barrel I was trying to remove was empty. I checked it, but I didn't know the line connected to the other barrel, and that barrel was apparently full of whatever this pink fluid is. I think it's RV marine antifreeze stuff. It smells horrible. It smells like a glue, and that sucks. It's just pouring out, got all over me, just getting all over my tools and stuff. I don't even want to go in there until it's done and airs out, but it's draining out through the cabin since the cabin's not level anyway. But there's been so much of stuff like this, the way this cabin was set up, wired with this wonky generator, this crazy system with wires and stuff connected and pipes everywhere, barrels up in the ceiling and stuff, and I have to deal with all this, and it's just getting to the point where it's very frustrating, especially structurally. There's a lot of just violations of building principles and things that should not have been done, and now it's my problem to deal with. But I'm really having a hard time getting anything done today because I don't feel well, and I start doing something and then I have to stop and just sit down, but we'll get there. I know. Oh my goodness, Gracie. Let me do it, not you. Hey, hang on. Hey, hang on, don't. Get here. Get over here. Crazy girl. Oh my goodness, Gracie. Oh, you're crazy. You're so crazy. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to help you dry off here. All right. Oh my goodness, Grace. Oh my goodness. So yesterday, when I got all of that antifreeze or whatever that stuff was all over me, when I was removing this shelf, that was really nasty, but since I'd already gotten it on me and it was flooding everything, I just wanted to get through it, get done and over with. So I kept grinding on that, got it removed, got all of my stuff outside underneath the little bit of coverage that I had, but it's it's getting wet and it's getting muddy from the splashback. So the plan, and then I had to go jump in to the river and wash that stuff off me, which felt really good. And the plan for today, since it's raining pretty steadily, is I want to get this dried out in here so I can get my tools and everything back in here. So I'm going to try to set up the fire, the wood stove here, and get that cranking so it will dry out in here. And then I'm going to build a workbench so I can set out all my tools in here and get everything back where it needs to be and drying out, and then go from there. If it's not raining, I can work on the foundation. Otherwise, I can go get the materials for the bridge, because they should be ready today. That's the plan. This is like a, where are you? This is a, I forgot where I put you guys, homemade wood stove, and it looks, I believe it's homemade. It's pretty well built, except for the design flaw, which I do not like at all, is that the chimney port is at the front of it, towards the front of the firebox, towards the door, instead of the back, which makes it where it reduces the amount of clearance that you have from the wall and other combustibles. And then I guess you have the flat cooking surface on the back behind the chimney. That's a poor design. This is just a temporary thing that I'm using to dry it out in here and stuff, but I think what I'm going to have to do is remove the propane wall heater before I can install this. I was going to do that anyway, I just didn't want to do it yet, but if I don't do that, this wood stove will be way too close to it, and I don't want to damage it or anything, so I'll have to remove that. It's so weird. There was a rock in there holding a component that probably rattled and made noise, and then there was this camera in there that has 12 photos taken, 13. All right, here's a quick update for you. I've got everything cleaned up in here for the most part. With the wood stove cranking, it's drying out really well. We're up to 80 degrees up there, so I got my stuff back in here, somewhat organized, just drying out nicely, and pretty glad about that. I've been running this light. It's an LED shop light that came in this cabin, and it's working great. It's really brightening it up in here, but the problem is, I don't know if you can see that, it's running at like between 50 and 60 watts, so it's of AC, so it's drawing quite a bit of power from the Jackery, and it's draining it quickly. So even though it's pretty overcast and I'm not going to get much solar gain, I'm going to try to set up the solar array real quick, and then I have to go get my materials for the bridge, and I'm going to be charging the Jackery in the truck while I drive, so it'll bring it back up. And then I have some other lights that also came with the cabin that aren't as bright but draw a lot less power, so I'll be able to use those when I don't need the big bright light. But it's looking good in here, and especially after yesterday's fiasco, I'm glad to just get this where it's usable and workable again. Well, we are making power, not very much, but this is my first time setting this up, and I don't have any of the literature for the system, so I'm not sure what I'm doing, and I'm only able to charge off of one panel right now. I tried to hook all three together, and then they're all supposed to run together into the Jackery, but they're each are 100 watt panels, and so it's supposed to have a combined total of 300 watts input in ideal conditions, but I'm only getting a very small amount coming in from one panel. I don't know if it's the right angle or orientation or any of that, but it's set up, it's a temporary setup, and as I learn more about this, I'll get it dialed in and operating efficiently so that I can keep everything charged and keep a continuous power source while I'm out here. Gracie, obviously, the best way to determine the most optimal area of sunlight for your solar array is see where your black lab lays in the sun. Well, I got all of the material for the bridge project unloaded and staged right here. It's all hemlock, green hemlock, really heavy, 6x6 by 12s and 2x10 by 14s for the deck treads. I'm exhausted. I'm glad that's done. Now I need to head back, change out of my wet clothes, get the fire going, make some food, and just relax. Welcome back to the cabin. Got another stretch of really nice weather coming up here for a few days, so I'm going to try to get a lot of work done. I've been fighting this for too long now. I'm trying to get this carrying beam here set flush with framing on the outside here, and it's totally wonky, and I get one side set, try to get the other, and it keeps going back and forth, teeter-tottering, and I don't really have a way right now to anchor it once I get it set. So what I need to do is trim off this row of sheathing here so I can expose the floor joists, which I need to do anyway. For one, the sheathing is not even nailed to the floor joist, and there's no rim joist. You'll see once I remove this. So there's structurally some issues with that. But once I remove this and expose that, then I can put in blocking, which will serve to tie the floor joists on the end here together, and then I can anchor from the blocking and the joists into the carrying beam as I work it, so I can just flush it as I go. And that's what I need to do. I've been fighting this, but that's my plan. But before I do that, I'm just going to think it over and make some lunch and then get after it. Alright, so now that I got that ripped off, you can see the floor framing system. These are the floor joists. They're 2x6s. They should be probably 2x10s, especially because they're 24 inches on center. And then these carrying beams are 6x6s, and they should be probably at least 8x8s. But I mean, it is held up and it will work once I get it all put back together. But there's no rim joist here, and there should be, which would tie all of these joists together and keep them from racking and stuff. Honestly, I don't even know how they built it like this, but what I'm going to do now is put in blocking in between each of these, which I can then attach to this beam and get the beam where I want it. So it's just a slow process. It would be easier to start from scratch, build this from the ground up, honestly. But when I got into this, I thought I was going to have to move out of my apartment, and I recently just found out that the new owners of the place are going to keep me as a tenant, so I don't have to be out of there. This is obviously not plumb, so I'm trying to get it to straighten out. That's pretty good. I learned this stuff, a lot of it, from Nathaniel Haney, master carpenter that I worked with a whole bunch now. Him and Henry, good old Henry. It's pretty good, it's better than it was. I'm not gonna get much more, so I'll take it. Probably doesn't look like I've accomplished much at all, but this was a major win right here. I've been running around, removing a load of trash, a load of scrap metal, stopped at a mill, grabbed some scrap pine and cedar for firewood, got that cut, split and stacked for that because it's getting cold at night and I need to be able to stay warm efficiently. And then I was finally able to, each of these joists here is now, I got the beam where it needs to be, kind of flush with the ends of these joists as best I could. None of the joists are completely straight, but it's way better, and the beam is sort of parallel to the exterior wall and sitting underneath it, and I was able to lag each joist, which is awesome. And except for the ends, both ends, I'm going to send in a new 2x6x8 to attach to the existing, because both ends there were a little rotten, so it sat lower, and I just wanted to span from this beam to the middle one and double that up. So I'm going to do that next. Then I'm going to have blocking in between each of these. I'm going to be able to do the same thing on the other side, and then keep jacking it up higher, get the post set where I need them to be. But that was huge. Need to get that done. Alright, for today's project, we're going to be tackling the bridge. The first thing I need to do is remove all of the old temporary material and get the bridge cleaned off. And then I need to drag over these beams, get them all laid out, then line them up and space them, and anchor it down, run the treads. So that's one. These are really heavy, and I have 12 more. So we're gonna time lapse this. That's 6. Should be halfway there. Well, that's 11 cross beams. I have these 2 more. These were just milled as flats. Gracie, easy. The mill I got from the guy was going to do them all as Gracie. What are you doing? Come on. He's going to do them all like this as flats. But he did the first 2, and they're too heavy to manage. So he squared them up just to lighten them up a little bit. Glad he did. I told him just to do them like this because I thought it would be easier for him, less milling, obviously. I prefer them to be squared, but I'm glad those were squared. I was going to square these up with my chainsaw mill just to match the rest, but honestly, doesn't matter, and I think I'm just going to put one on each end of the bridge and it will balance it out. It'll be a nice accent piece. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm getting tired. It's not really supposed to be a multi-day project, being that it's the bridge I need to use to get to the cabin, but at this point, at least I got the truck on the right side. I was wise enough to think ahead on that one. We'll see how it goes. I just wanted to see what it's going to look like. It's going to be pretty awesome. What do you think, Grace? It's going to work great. Got a lot of work to do still, though. Whoa. Wait. Don't go anywhere. Hey, come on. Come on, over here. Well, it's not even nailed down or attached, but this is the way it's going to live for now. And it's usable, but there's a metal bracket right here, a steel bracket, part of the middle girder section. And there's one on this side under these planks. And I want to get a grinder so I can cut them off because they're jamming me up and preventing me from spacing these out the way I need them to. And also, what I need the grinder for is stuff like this sticking up and it's throwing off the beam so they rock and stuff like that. I was going to shim them so they didn't rock, and then I realized there's just too much wonkiness going on. But if I had a grinder, then I could really just cut out those chunks and grind down those bolts, I guess, the bolt heads, and get everything to sit the way I want it to. And then I'll figure out, I'll space it out evenly and attach it and secure it all together, secure it to the beams. But hey, for now, it's way better than it was, and I'm not gonna hit it at 60 miles an hour, obviously, but I can get in and out of here, which is good because I have to go get supplies, check my mail, check in with the new owners of the house, transfer my lease over or whatever, however that works, for the apartment that I rent, that I call home when I'm not here. And then I'll be right back. So this is 24-hour just bounce, and I'll be back here and getting more stuff done. This has been an awesome trip, awesome weather, and just really enjoying it. So is Gracie. So we'll do a lot more filming, and there's a lot more projects to come. Nice and tight. What are you talking about? Well, this is what we got going on. I got this side pretty much straightened out, blocking in. That's looking really good. And then when I sheathe over that, it's going to tie everything together nicely. Today is a good day. Been up early, read the Bible, had some mainly coffee, of course, and it's a good day to get to work and get a lot accomplished. The plan is get everything out of the cabin, empty it out, rip the floor out, get some gravel, start to lay that down, get that side over there stripped out so I can start to address those floor joists and just get cranking, get as much done as I can. Well, I got everything out of the cabin, kind of thrown here, pretty disorganized right now. Got Gracie girl in her comfy bed, just relaxing, and almost empty inside the cabin. Just gotta take care of the wood in the stove, and then I can start to gut it in here, get the floor up. One down, plus all the old planking, and yeah. So that's pretty crazy. I'm not a carpenter. I've had the opportunity to work with some really good carpenters. You see stuff like that. Not that I had confidence in anything the previous owner did before anyway, but seeing stuff like that exposed, removed all doubt. I'm doing the right thing, getting us all exposed and getting everything done right. Most of that smell, the mustard mold, is coming from this nasty floor, and you can see there's just so many layers of paper and tar paper and linoleum, which is just stupid. It just trapped moisture and rotten mold and everything. So we're gonna get this all cleared out. I gotta get some water first though. Well, that wasn't very fun. It's very musty and moldy smelling in here because of all these layers, tar paper, multiple layers of linoleum on top of the old floor. So I'm glad to get this all removed. Definitely going in the river later. Just trying to get this all done so I can have it all done and not be doing this again, breathing this stuff in, which is horrible. Just gonna keep cranking. The other thing is, my tools they are officially dead. The batteries won't hold a charge. The Sawzall, the circular saw, just they won't. I'll charge up the battery fully, and they won't even make a cut. So I have to replace them. There's no way around it. I've already priced it out. The Milwaukee set's it's gonna cost me about $1,000. I know, Grace, I know. What is it? What are you doing in here, Grace? Oh my goodness. I think what Gracie's telling me is this thing is rotten. So messed up. Now that I'm exposing everything and uncovering all the issues, I really just want to start from scratch. I wanted to begin with. I didn't, like I've said this before, I didn't buy this for this structure. I bought it for the location and just the way it went. I tried to salvage this structure and work with what I got here, but it's so bad, just everything. Look at this whole, it's not even, I don't even know what to say about this. It's crazy. What is this? What is the point of this? There's some sort of rot and there's a bunch of ants. It's very frustrating. It's a little discouraging. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what my options are. I can't get a machine in here. I can't get a dumpster in here to just demolish this and haul it out because of the road and the bridge and stuff. And I don't know what that would cost anyway. So I'm gonna just keep going right now. It's such a mess. It's about 1:30. I'm just gonna keep grinding on this. I was just gonna take the floor out and then I realized, well, it's better to remove the walls while I still have the floor. And then I see all this. So I'm just gonna smile and keep going. Well, we did it. We got the cabin gutted, the floor all ripped up, the walls taken down, everything except for the ceiling. It was a really nasty job. There were mice in there. There was mold, ants. It was just terrible, terrible job. Gracie kept telling me it was time to stop, take a break, and do something fun, but I just wanted to push through and get it done. And I did, and we just went and jumped in the river, which felt really good. The water is cold, obviously, but it felt really cleansing. So I have this massive pile of wood and tons of nails to deal with. And this is what was insulating the cabin. Just all this foam, and there was stuff like this. The ants were like making hives in it, and it was nasty, and the mice were making nests. And it is such a, I don't know what to think anymore about this cabin. But you can see it's completely a mess. I mean, this craziness, this old log, I believe the original cabin was probably set on a series of these logs. I don't know what, I really don't know what someone was thinking to just do this instead of spanning, and then 2x6s, 2 feet on center. Let's just slap a 2x4 up here. It's not even, it's terrible. And then, this stuff, what is this? What was the idea here? I mean, and then there's no, it's not even an even spacing. It's all, how do you work with this? And all kinds of stuff. So as you can see, it's like this all around. And I spared you the nasty details of dealing with the mice and all of that. And I'm glad that part is over. That was the worst part of this project, I think. And I just need to take a rest, get some food, think this over, maybe talk to some people, consider my options, and go from there. I honestly don't know what my options are, but I want to find out what they are, and then I can kind of make an informed decision on how to proceed. It's just, I know I said good bones before, but honestly, there's not much to work with here. It's some really, really shoddy carpentry, if you want to call it that. Nothing makes sense, and I'd be better off starting from scratch.
Got a bone? So this is where we're going to end it for now. We're starting over from scratch and going to build something from the ground up, which is what I wanted to do originally, pending approval of that. So next time we return here, we're going to be taking down the rest of the cabin and getting everything prepped for a new construction build. So today we're back at the bridge and we're trying to get this project completed. I have a brand new set of Milwaukee cordless tools. I had to replace the DeWalt set. I donated that set to a high school tech program. There was still a little bit of life left in them, and maybe with some aftermarket batteries they can get some more miles out of those tools. So the main thing I needed for this project, which I didn't have before, is this grinder, and I have a diamond cutoff wheel that should handle this metal, so I can remove this bracket here, and there's one on that side that was preventing me from positioning the end logs where they need to be, so that I can space this out and lock it down. So I'm gonna get that done, get this thing decked, get some more gravel, and get this project completed. sledge is back at camp. I got you, Grace. Wanna go take a nap in your truck? Go. So I'm trying to cut this piece off so I can get this beam to move over where it's supposed to. I'm trying to cut through these bolts, bolt heads, and then cut through there. And I'm getting there, but I just keep eating through batteries right now. So it's just a slow process, but we'll make it happen. Just waiting on batteries to charge so I can keep grinding. I decided to clean up this brush that had accumulated here and was causing damming and flood water when the water levels are high, like in the spring. So I think cleaning that up is going to help the flow, prevent it from washing out the bridge. I used the silky saw because for one it's nice and quiet, and the other, the chainsaw's at the camp. Well, the jackery's dead, and that's what I've been using to charge these batteries, so I'm gonna see what I can do with this last one, and then I'll have to go figure out a way to charge the jackery and everything else so I can keep going. Watch out, Dave. Well, it's not ideal, but I have to run the truck to charge the jackery and charge my batteries so I can finish this project. It's not a big deal. Gonna leave it like that, and we're gonna go get lunch, come back, try to get this done. So I started off trying to cut it here in the corner and then cut off the bolt head so I could remove this whole piece, which I just can't get the grinder at the right angles to do that, not efficiently. So what I figured out is I just need to cut off this piece, which I can definitely do. I'm almost there on this one, but it's taking so long to charge the batteries with this system I got going. So in the meantime, while those are charging, I'm gonna go back to camp, get the trimmer, and do some road work, because I can't just wait around for these batteries to charge. So I'm gonna be getting that done, and then I'll be able to come back and continue on this. Got to get it done today so I can get back to camp with the truck. Someone sent me these new saw blade for the trimmer, and I'm going to try them and see how much more I can take down versus the brush blade that I've been using. I think I'm gonna have to kind of go back and forth, but I'm gonna try this out, see how it goes. So thank you, whoever sent them to me. Appreciate it, of course. It works really well. It cut right through that easily, so I think this is really going to be helpful. Yes. Yes. Should I hang this up in the new cabin as a souvenir of this project? One more to go. I got the technique. Shouldn't be so bad this time. It might not look like much, but that made a huge difference in this layout. I can get this thing square and where I need it to be. I really need these back far, so it's good now. It was worth it. Close. It's close, Grace. Fracturing. This is the last thing we need. That's it. That's the ticket. That's the ticket, Gracie. It's gonna go, pup. It's gonna go when we smack it this time, Grace. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Gracie. We'll have a bridge. Okay. All right, Grace. Get ready to celebrate. Yeah, Gracie. Oh yeah, we got it. Yeah. All right, we gotta put our bridge together. I know. Well, we are done. This is as far as we're gonna get today. I overdid it. I did way too much and I just burnt out. So that's what it is. Can't get the truck back to camp. It's all right. I'm gonna walk back, make dinner, go in the river first, then make dinner. Just take it easy because I'm whooped. So we'll see you tomorrow. Too much tension in this board. So I've been struggling with this. This is lumber I got from an Amish mill, and he cut it super fresh. He cut the trees down to mill this specific lumber for me, so it's as green as it gets. And this board has a super bow in it that I did not take into account when I laid it down and marked a layout on it and everything. So I've been trying to lag it over to straighten it. I got this string here which will indicate when it's straight, and I haven't been able to do that, but I just had an idea with the ratchet straps. So I'm going to try to use that and see if I can just straighten it out a little more. I'd like it to be as straight as possible for the next deck board to go down sistered alongside it. This is working. Actually, I've already gotten more out of it than I did with the lag, I think, so that's good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow, that is awesome. Oh, come on. Wow, I gained so much. Gotta be at 1.5 inches. I'm at 1 3/4 inches. That's the best that it's been. I think that's as good as I'm gonna get it, so we're gonna take it. come on. Gracie, stop. What happened here? Let's see. It's not broken. Just came unhooked. Yep. Right. Well, that pretty much completes the bridge project. I still have some fine tuning to do to get everything dialed in, but that is spaced out, locked down, and it looks good and it works well. I might get some more decking boards and add a couple more on each side just to widen out the tread. I don't think I'll deck the whole thing. I like having the open space, and I still need to figure out a way to attach it to the metal girders. It's lagged in a few places to the old log girders, but that's sort of just temporary. I gotta come up with a system to bolt to the metal, and I'll do that. I ran out of lags as I was lagging the decking boards down. I had to use a few nails that I had, and so I'll get that stuff and finish that. But it took a long time to do this project. There's a lot of challenges, but I learned a lot, and I practiced a lot of things. So that's kind of why I was fussing with strings and measurements and stuff. Not that it was a big deal here, but it's just stuff that I was practicing for the cabin build and that sort of thing. So it came together. Really pleased with the outcome and the result. The new tools worked great. I just have to get some more batteries and then come up with a reliable system to charge them. Obviously I could have used the diesel generator, but that is back at camp. That's not reliable. I don't even have diesel fuel. I don't know how much is in it. I don't know how long it would run before it encounter an issue. It'd be super loud, which wouldn't be helpful for any sort of filming. And if I was going to run something, I might as well just run the truck and charge the batteries, and that's what I was doing. So it worked out. I'll get more batteries. I'll have a better system, later on, and we'll figure that part out. But we got a bridge now. Oh no, everybody's favorite bathroom. Well, welcome back to the cabin. I guess we can still call it that for now. Dewey just left. He grabbed the generator, and I was glad to see that thing go. I was getting sick of looking at it. But the purpose of this trip is to get everything squared away in preparation for the winter. So I'm taking care of the road. I'm trying to get everything raked up around here. I ripped off the vinyl off the building, and I'm in the process of getting a building permit to build a brand new cabin. But until I have that permit, I'm going to leave this cabin as is, as a last resort if there's something weird happens with the building permit. But then I'll just tear it down in the spring when I start that. The new cabin that I intend to build will be a 20 by 20 main cabin with a loft, a sleeping loft, and then it will have an 8-foot porch off the gable end, and then an 8-foot screened in farmer's porch off the side facing the river. So it'll be a really nice, functional, and usable cabin with a lot of nice space and southern exposure and just everything that I want, and it will be done the way that I want it to versus working with this wonky thing. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm just getting ready to shift gears and switch over to hunting, which is a big part of this channel, and I'll be doing that for the rest of the fall. Thing's done. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Don't give me that little tail wagging. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Chrissy, come on, lay down. Gracie, come on, lay down. Gracie, lay down. All the way down. What are you doing? All right, lay down. No, you're not getting my sandwich. Lay down, Grace. Lay down. Come here. No, come on. Get up here. Get up here. That's enough. Yeah, I have a BLT going here, and it's pretty much loaded with bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Obviously, I think there's spinach in there, but I also have avocado and pickled jalapenos, so that'll be good. And I have some sweet potatoes wrapped in tinfoil baking in the stove, but they're not ready yet. They're gonna take a while. Well, this is our last cabin update video before the winter. I'll show you what I've got going on. I've got camp all torn down, everything packed up. The cabin I dropped down onto the ground just so that it had ground contact all around. Try to prevent anything from going in. And that's secured for the winter. I've removed a bunch of stuff, and what's left here is just going to have to stay for now. And just scrap lumber piled up. And what I had happen yesterday was a guy came in and laid out this, which is the septic design for the gray water system, which is necessary for me to complete my building application to get a building permit so that I can build a new cabin. And the plan for that is to get all the logistics in order and resources and planning done this winter, and start that in the spring and work on that through the summer. So that'll be fun. And that'll be a busy summer next summer. But yesterday, Joe Holland and Donnie from Joe Holland Fishing came, stopped by, and immediately they confirmed my thoughts about this project. Yeah, tear it down, start over. There's just nothing worth working with here. And so it was awesome to hang out with those guys for a while and get their thoughts on this. They're doing a very similar thing with a cabin that they're building. They're way far ahead of me. They have a new cabin built already, and he's got a whole video series about that. So I was talking with them about everything that they've dealt with, same process, their build. They milled all that lumber, and they're willing to help me with all of this stuff. So I'll probably be meeting up with them over the course of the next few months and milling some lumber and just doing some planning and things like that. And maybe we'll be working together on different projects or adventures in the future. But that was really cool. So at this point, if you've been following along, you're gonna have to wait for a while because this whole project's gonna be on hold, but we'll be picking back up in the spring, and we'll see you then.
Well, we had significant rain a few days ago, which caused some flooding. So we came out to check on the bridge and the cabin and see how everything held up. And as you can see, the water must have been high enough to run over the bridge and deposit some of these sticks and debris. And it washed out the gravel that I had put down to grade up to the bridge on both sides, which is not a big deal. The bridge stayed right in place because I put in these brackets and bolts. There's 4 of them. I did that on my last trip out here just in case we did have flooding and water high enough that it would hit the bridge, and the bridge hasn't budged, so I'm glad about that. Just have a little bit of cleanup to do in the spring and put down some gravel on both ends to grade it back out, and then I'll be able to get in and out of here. So overall, not that bad.